Okay, gotcha. All right.
I could have stayed longer. I couldn't do it. I just couldn't go through security anymore. I couldn't.
I actually got here quicker than I thought, but I was afraid I might need to be reaching out to you or Joel or one of y'all to help me get out of a ticket getting here. But
Uh-oh.
I didn't get pulled, thank goodness. But if I had, I'd have been in trouble.
I got here right on time, and I told him not even to set the meeting because I knew I was going to be late.
So I was doing exercise. I had the whole weekend there. So I just got on. It didn't matter where I just get on the train. And I just go to some small town and I walk around. It's great. Couldn't speak a word of the language, but I was okay. Sandy said, last night.
I think my only concern was what I was asking her is if
No, well, you got the voices.
she did.
She said last night, she said, well, you're talking English. She suddenly locked into German.
ISO. At the end of the day,
Oh, yeah.
pretending to be either way, not respectful. Yeah.
We'll call the York County Council meeting to order. Would Joel Hamilton lead us in the invocation and pledge of allegiance?
Dear Lord, thank you for gathering us this evening to discuss the business of our county. Lord, we are grateful that you have blessed our community with growth and opportunity. We pray for your guidance and wisdom as we plan for your blessing. Lord, we pray for the safety of our men and women in uniform as they protect our freedom. And as our children begin a new school year, Lord, we pray for wisdom and patience for their educators and for the safety of our children in our schools. It is in your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance
Under appearances, would Aubrey and Ryan Harper with Farm Bureau please come up?
Hello, my name is Ryan Harper, and this is my wife Aubrey. Our address is 3047 Irene Bridge Highway, Hickory Grove. We are here on behalf of York County Farm Bureau, which is a nonprofit organization made up of farmers in our county, and we'd just like to thank you for your continued sponsorship and partnership with the agricultural community.
As you know, each district in our county has some form of farm practice and faces their own struggles. Your farmers understand the everyday challenges you face to help maintain their livelihood. As a whole county, we still have over 60 commercial farms and several part-time farms. And we will put our trust in you to recognize the importance of balance between growth and sustainability. York County needs to be a step above and continue to set precedents in our state with our partnership. The state of South Carolina continues to push for strong agricultural support, and we hope our great York County will too, because our farms depend on you.
We look forward to continue to working with you and working together, and hope that y'all will continue to help with and reach out to us with any concerns that y'all may have and questions in the future. We'd like to give you these gift baskets made of York County products as a token of our appreciation. Thank you again for your time and support.
Thank you.
I made a sandwich for dinner.
Public forum is next. As always, if the issue is on is scheduled as a public hearing, you can speak during the public hearing. You don't have to limit yourself to 2 minutes. If you want to limit yourself to 2 minutes, we always appreciate that, but you don't have to. You can speak at the public hearing. So if I call your name and your item is a public hearing and you would prefer to wait, just let me know. Denise Bach. There you go. Make sure you please give us your name and address.
It's Denise Bach, 254 Hammond Road in Fort Mill. And good evening. I'm speaking on behalf of our Hammond Road neighbors regarding the rezoning issue case 1912. Over the weekend, we very much appreciated a meeting that our Hammond Road neighbors had with Sean from Land Design, who showed us the preliminary plans and answered some questions for us regarding the 10-home gated community that they plan for the property that they're requesting the rezoning for. We also wanted to specifically thank Mark Bowen, the engineer from York County Planning Department, who came to help answer stormwater questions we had in light of those plans as well. And Mark always just goes above and beyond to serve the community, and we just wanted you to know how much we appreciate him. Now, this was the first time that we had an opportunity to view the preliminary plans for that area, and our understanding is that there's going to be another follow-up meeting with a larger neighborhood audience after they've had an opportunity to discuss this and coordinate efforts between York County and Fort Mill. As you recall, we're right on the border. While we appreciate the meeting, we still have several concerns. From the plans, they're planning to bring in huge amounts of fill dirt and as much as 9 to 11 feet on some of these lots to make them suitable for building. Now, that's twice my height in fill dirt in some of these lots, not all of them. But that causes us to be very concerned about the impact to the wetlands in the area that they're trying to build right directly next to, since we've already got problems in that area already. Since the site is relatively level, it doesn't seem possible that this could be an equal cut and equal fill site, just moving dirt around. So where's all that dirt coming from? So we just had our road repaved after the damage that construction for Carolina Orchards caused with heavy trucks coming in and out, and so we're concerned about the potential of the heavy dump trucks along with the state roads to do this. We're also concerned about further damage to Hammond Road as they bring in water and sewer pipes along there. Since we just got our roads paved. And in light of that, we would like to ask the council to delay the approval of rezoning of this request, 1912, until after the existing and ongoing erosion and stormwater damage is resolved to our neighborhood as a result of the huge development that's already gone in around us with Carolina Orchards and Life Point Church.
Ms. Bach,
and as you recall, we mentioned this
I
all.
have to stop you. 2 minutes,
Okay,
but thank you.
thank you much.
Kathy Curtin.
I'm here, but I don't know if I need to speak or not.
You don't have to.
I'm good.
All right.
I think.
Jack Griever.
That 2 minutes went too fast, I'll pass.
Kathy Jewell.
Mine is with public, so, thank you.
Is it Kelly Beatty?
I'm right here. Do you get longer than 2 minutes, or that's it?
2 minutes is it for this part. If you're on a public hearing, you can talk as long as you'd like.
Then I'll wait.
All right. Lauren Page. All right. Under consent agenda, item number 12 is being amended to be a deferral until next year's budget. Are there any other issues council would like to remove or amend in the consent agenda? Hearing none, can I get a motion? Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Consent agenda is approved. Public hearings. Council to hold a public hearing and consider second reading of an ordinance to amend the York County Code of Ordinances, Chapter 153, Planning and Development, Sections 153.91 and 153.92, as well as Chapter 154 Subdivision Code, Sections 154.029 and 154.037, so as to amend the period to apply for a vested right preliminary plat extension, to provide a requirement for updated preliminary plat review, documentation, and a letter confirming the valid traffic impact analysis when applying for a vested right preliminary plat extension, and to provide for other matters relating thereto. Is anyone opposed to this? Is anyone in favor? Do we have a motion?
Move to close.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Hearing none. We have a new motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Council to hold a public hearing and provide second reading of an ordinance to amend the York County Code of Ordinances, Chapter 155 Zoning Code, so as to provide for small wireless facilities, to provide for definitions and regulatory provisions related thereto, to amend the use table in order to establish the use to permit small wireless facilities in all zoning districts and along all public right-of-ways, to establish supplemental regulations for all small wireless facilities in order to address such items such as sitting of small wireless facilities, public safety impacts, size of equipment, minimum and maximum height above ground, equipment placement, aesthetics, and protection of right-of-way, and to provide for other matters related thereto. Is anyone here opposed? Is anyone in favor?
Move to close.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, hearing none. New motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? All that, Mr. Roddy.
Can we throw out to the public what we're actually meaning by a small wireless facility? Can staff?
I'm
kinda-
sure we can. Anyone? David, is that Mr. Hudson?
They are the poles that are attachments to small poles in an urban area. There won't be a proliferation around York County, but there could be some urbanized areas where they would apply in their attachments. They may have their own pole. It's a much smaller pole than a typical cell tower, probably more like 10, 12 feet in height, with the attachments kind of hidden or subdued on that pole.
So is this addressing what we publicly said about more cell towers?
I don't know that we would call them a cell tower necessarily. They're more like a street light post, something like that.
Yeah, these are the alternative to the big tower.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, hearing none, motion passes. Council to hold a public hearing and approve third reading of an ordinance authorizing the execution and delivery of a fee in lieu of tax agreement by and between York County, South Carolina and Paragon 782 LLC with respect to certain economic development property in the county, whereby such property will be subject to certain payments in lieu of taxes and other matters related thereto. Is there anyone here opposed? And this is, and you are opposed? I'm not. No, all right, all right. Is there anyone here opposed? Anyone in favor? Your turn, sir.
Wanted to come here this evening. My name is Craig Ostrander. I'm with GRH Development Resources. We are the developer of the Riverwalk Business Park, and wanted to come this evening and express our gratitude and appreciation for the support of the county for all that you've done for us over the years. We've been at this now for 7 or 8 years, and our business park has been going extremely well, and in spite of that, it's still a very competitive environment. We wanted to express our appreciation and gratitude to the county for all you're doing to help us be competitive in this environment. Also wanted to take a moment to thank Dave Swenson and Jason Flora for their guiding and assistance and support in helping us through this effort. I guess that's about it. Thank you for your consideration. We appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else in favor?
Move close.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none. New motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Council to hold a public hearing and approve third reading of an ordinance authorizing the execution and delivery of a First Amendment to the fee in lieu of tax and incentive agreement between York County, South Carolina, and Elcom Silicones USA Corp., a company previously identified as Project Delta Ivory, to provide for certain special source credits in connection with additional investment in certain manufacturing and related facilities in the county and other matters relating thereto. Is anyone here opposed? Is anyone here in favor? Yes, sir.
My name is David Beatty. I'm the Director of Operations for Elcom Silicones. I live at 538 Meadowbrook Lane in Rock Hill. I came here tonight to express gratitude to the council for their support in helping facilitate our growth, and also to David and his staff at Economic Development for helping facilitate the application process and the necessary steps it takes to achieve this fee. So thank you very much, council.
Thank you, sir. Is anyone else in favor? Do we have a motion?
Move close.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Hearing none. New motion?
Move to approve.
Second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Hearing none. Motion passes. Council to hold a public hearing and consider second reading to amend the Code of the County of York, South Carolina, Chapter 55, Animals, in order to amend Section 55.01 to amend the definitions of adequate shelter, cat, dangerous animal, livestock, public nuisance, stray, and sustenance. Remove the definitions of vicious dog, add definitions of animal hoarding and free roaming cat, to amend Section 55.15 to remove the power of officials to destroy pets and specify the power of animal control officers to enter private exterior property to investigate violations, to amend Section 55.16 to prohibit animal hoarding and require waste cleanup, to amend Section 55.19 to revise the restraint requirement, add tethering requirements, add lawful passive restraint options, restrict passive restraint collars, require confinement for unspayed female dogs, remove waste cleanup, and specify a minimum area for kennels and fences, to amend Section 55.21 to prohibit dogs and livestock from running at large, change vicious dog to dangerous dog, remove private impounding of livestock, provide authority to send unclaimed animals to rescue, allow the animal control supervisor or designee to determine the disposition of identifiable animals, to amend Section 55.22 to require compliance with the owner's surrender program, to amend Section 55.23 to amend the restraint requirements for hunting and working dogs, to amend Section 55.25 to specify the conditions of abandonment, prohibit intentionally poisoning animals, and allow animal control officers to seek removal and care orders under South Carolina Code annotated Section 47.1-150, to amend Sections 55.26E to require proper disposal of dead animals, to amend Section 55.31 to require a timely pickup of sterilized animals, to amend Section 55.32 to allow the animal control supervisor or designee to determine a suitable placement for an adoptee and provide for post-adoption home visits, to amend the fees for impounding, boarding, and microchipping animals, to add owner surrender fees, to provide for a special adoption program, to provide for a public hearing, and to provide for other matters relating thereto. Sorry, I have to take a second. Is there anyone opposed? Anyone opposed? Is anyone in favor? You come up one at a time. Just name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Wendy Weisenfeld. I live at 732 Big Branch Court in York. Just gonna start. Animal control is more than just a legal issue. It's a community issue. If you improve animal welfare in a community, you improve public safety for everyone. As the year end 2018, South Carolina is ranked 40th out of the 50 states in the United States for animal laws. That's kind of embarrassing to know we're at the bottom tier for the care and welfare of our animals. We've dropped in the past 2 years. We are going in the wrong direction. So let's work together to make York County a county that the other 45 counties in the state look up to as a good example of strong laws, not only for the betterment of the animals, but also the community as a whole. The sentence that is being proposed to be removed in the restraint requirements should be left in. The sentence reads, "The owner or keeper of every animal shall keep the animal under restraint at all times." That is a very important sentence because it clearly tells the owners or whomever has control and care of the animal that they need to make sure their animal is not running loose off of property, in the streets, or neighbors' yards and causing issues. It says, an unspayed female, secure fence or kennel, unaltered males that are outside for whatever reason and strays can smell a female in heat for several miles, up to about 5 miles, depending on wind and weather conditions. A fence, which is chain link, is the same material as a kennel, so neither is going to stop an unspayed female from her urges or the urges and determination of an unaltered male, as they can jump, climb, or dig under them. Or the female can be bred through the fence. So this needs to be considered a little bit more. Being newly proposed is, a person may be refused adoption of an animal by the animal control supervisor if it is determined that the person wishing to adopt an animal has a history of, as evidenced by county records, or past conviction of abandonment, maltreatment, or any other violation of this chapter. If advocates and rescuers could have one wish granted, it would be that no adoption should be allowed by previous offenders, period. There are stories that could be told of people that dropped older dogs off at animal control because they didn't want to see their old dog die, so let the shelter put it down. They also don't have to incur the cost of the vet to do so, only for the owners to turn around and ask to see any puppies in the facility, or the dog wasn't fun anymore. That's just another excuse. It didn't want to play or walk, and the list goes on and on. Or how about the neglected dog that came in because they didn't want that particular dog, so they ignored it and didn't bother to take care of it. They bought it back and now want a different one. Those are just mild examples of people who should be denied the ability to adopt and listed on a DNA do not adopt list, which should be kept by animal control and shared with the Humane Society, as well as rescues that would make it a group effort to stop offenders. At some point, we have to stop these repeated offenders, and this would be a good start by saying, if you have neglected, abandoned, or harmed an animal, and it's on record, you are not eligible to adopt, period. If you cannot afford the $77 adoption fee, which includes spay, neuter, shots, and such for an animal, then you certainly won't be able to afford all that it takes to properly take care of your animal. You see, taking care of a pet is much like taking care of an infant or a child. You have vet and doctor appointments for well-being checks. You have food and grooming costs. You have preventative medicine and shots. You have dental care. And then there are those unexpected emergency expenses that can happen. Just like a child has all of these expenses that are required. Many dogs end up coming back from the special pricing events. They boomerang back to the shelter, and this confuses and traumatizes the animals, which could, in the end, result in euthanasia. Thank you.
Anyone, y'all, a bunch of you put up your hands, you just literally just come on up and, one at a time, and we'll go through it.
Sarge Douglas, 2306 Ebenezer Road, Rock Hill, South Carolina. First, I want to thank you, the council, for voting to bring the animal control ordinances back to the agenda. What you resist persists. Let me repeat that. What you resist persists. I have taken a lot of time to read the proposed amendment changes to the animal control ordinance, both from back in 2012 and the current ones. It was tried for years to get others to see that while what was done in 2012 were some good changes, there was a lot that was left too broad and open for interpretation from the animal control officers. We encountered many issues over the years when reporting violations. Different officers were sent out to the same situation. Each interpreted the laws differently, and thus what one thought was a violation, another thought was fine, and closed the case. This only caused issues in animal control because it resulted in more calls to animal control about the same issues. There is one who keeps saying he wants education first and foremost. We have so many repeat offenders. How many chances do you give someone before you realize education isn't going to work? No matter what you do, say, or show them, they're going to go right back to doing the same thing time and again. In 2009, when the ordinances changed, animal control had brochures made and were handed out to inform residents of the changes. The problem was that they were only handed out on calls that had been gotten due to complaints. So not everyone had received one. It's not all on animal control. The judicial system needs to take a stronger stance on offenders and uphold the penalties, while at the same time, animal control needs to stand behind the tickets they issue and not back down by reducing the amounts and basically giving the offenders a slap on the hand. And before it gets said, let me say that I, as well as many others, have attended many of the court hearings for such cases, and we can all tell you it isn't always the judge that reduces or dismisses the fines or charges. More often than not, it's suggested by the animal control officer. With some of the changes and tightening up of the language and so forth that is currently being proposed, it's a good start. Now let me repeat the words of Kerwood Chapel from 2012 because they are absolutely spot on. Ain't a soul you got these ordinances wrote against, hear a word you said, here or out there, so you still got a problem, same problem you had, quote unquote. One thing that stands out today is the fact that animal control is still complaint-based. Why? We have 7 districts by proof of y'all 7 sitting up there. We have 7 animal control officers. So why not for 2 months, 6 months, or even a year at a time, assign one each to each one of your districts as outlined for the council and let them patrol the streets daily and respond to complaints as they come in within their district. That allows plenty of time for them to have traveled those streets and checked the area for issues and be able to educate people. There is so much that is missed, and I can tell you and probably speak for most advocates and rescuers, we are exhausted. Exhausted from traveling the back roads, the streets, almost daily, checking on animals and responding to constant calls for varying issues and trying to give the requested help and educate whenever possible. We are boots on the ground daily, and it should be the same way for animal control officers as well. It could only help animal control to be seen in a more positive light by doing so. I feel strongly that if we changed our ways and were more proactive versus reactive, maybe we could head off these large confiscations that are going on from various situations because they'd be caught a lot sooner and dealt with in smaller amounts versus them not being found until mass amounts of animals' lives are at stake. To add further to what was touched on in the July 15th meeting back in 2012 about the over-pet population, here we are in 2019 and the pet population is booming. There were 8,070 animals taken to the shelter, not the Humane Society, not rescues, just in animal control in 2012, 8,070. In the first 6 months of 2019, 2,312 animals were taken in at the shelter. Those numbers are astounding, but because of a local group that has been doing a monthly low-cost, no-cost spay and neuter program, as have the Humane Society and individual rescues, it has greatly helped reduce those intake numbers. The sheer numbers of litters and animals in general that rescues have taken in from owners surrendering to them, and they haven't gone to the shelter first, has also helped to reduce those intake numbers. The backyard breeders out there that don't watch, or that don't or won't, or refuse to alter their pets are adding to this very issue. If you have any doubt about how bad the over-pet population is, Please go on to Facebook and just look at all the posts people have put up about a litter they are having and are giving away or trying to sell, or a dog that they need to rehome. Another issue of over-pet population is parvo. Parvo has been a huge issue in this county and surrounding counties last year and this year as well. Just ask any rescue how much they have spent to try and save all the parvo pups they have taken in because of irresponsible backyard breeders aren't giving shots to the puppies that are needing this to prevent this, not to mention the hundreds of dollars spent trying to save a pup once parvo has been gotten, only to have it pass away from the horrible disease. Backyard breeders are giving away or selling these puppies prior to 8 weeks of age, and 9 out of 10 times without shots, which results in the puppies becoming ill and susceptible to diseases. Backyard breeding needs to be stopped. A good way to ensure the shelter doesn't drown in animals, as ours currently is, and there are places in South Carolina that have these ordinances and are enforcing them, is registration. Richland County, City of Aiken, Charleston, Columbia, Clover, Spartansburg, Sullivan's Islands, just to name a few. It can be a yearly fee or a lifetime fee. If your animal is altered, a one-time lifetime fee or a yearly fee if unaltered. To accomplish registration of animals, clinics or public events can be held in each town or city within the county, and people can come and get their animals microchipped and register them. All they have to bring is a current proof of address and proof their pet is spayed or neutered. Pay a one-time fee if they're altered, or a once-a-year fee if unaltered, and that's it. 4,332 strays were picked up and brought to the shelter in 2012. In the first 6 months of 2019, 1,605 strays were picked up and brought to the animal shelter. Also, it was mentioned at the July 15th meeting, just go on Facebook and look on the lost and found pages daily. There are always a ton of pets that have been found, and people are looking for the owners, and another whole batch of posts where the owners are searching for their lost pets. If they were microchipped, then they could be scanned and returned quicker to the owners and avoid clogging up the shelter with all those lost pets. Registration can identify repeat offenders of animals getting loose and fine appropriately. If an animal gets dumped, the owner can be found and fined. If an animal is a stray and in bad health, the owner can be found and fined for abuse or neglect. If, as has been done in the last several weeks, an animal gets hit, it can be scanned, the owner notified, and quicker, appropriate action can be taken for the animal if the owner refuses to reclaim. And for those that want to have a litter as a reason for not wanting to alter their animals and continue to adding to the over-pet population, then they'll have to pay a fee for 1 litter per year. If another litter is found, then they'll be fined. In lieu of that fine, they can alter their animals. At any time after that they can prove their animal has been altered, they don't have to pay anything further. This would not be for breeders already licensed. As for the argument about not wanting to burden the taxpayers, it's already a burden to us taxpayers because of the amount of money it takes to pick up strays, house and feed them, and if not returned to the owner quickly, continue to house and feed until either rescued, adopted, or euthanized. Instead of viewing it as a burden upon the taxpayers, view it as a positive way to help lost pets, reduce costs and overcrowding within animal control, and most of all, make people be responsible for their pets. There is so much good that can come from such registration. The dangerous animal definition amendment, where it states commits more than one unprovoked attack. I have a serious issue with this part of the definition. There should never be given a second or even third chance if an animal has already attacked and caused bodily harm to another animal or human being. I say this because I myself was bitten in an unprovoked attack. One of the teeth went so deep it hit my rib bone. The other hit and tore into my muscle. I was told by the owner that he had attacked several other people and hadn't had a rabies shot in 7 years. Then there is the veteran, Mr. Owens, who was in his own yard putting out Christmas decorations in 2016 when 2 dogs who were able to exit their yard because of the gates were broken and not secured to keep them in, mauled him. He had to have multiple surgeries and suffered greatly at the hands of those dogs that by admission from local authorities, had been seen chasing children getting off the school bus and other residents within that same neighborhood just days before. Yet nothing was done until they'd gotten a hold of Mr. Owens. So I feel very strongly that the new addition of the definition of dangerous dogs should not be allowed into the ordinance. The image of York County was mentioned insofar as one didn't like looking into the newspaper almost daily and seeing the stories of young children being harmed. These stories are being reported all over the nation, not just locally. And when people see these horrendous stories, and if they had been thinking about moving to York County, I am certain that they stopped and thought, is that someplace I want to live and raise my family? And with the Panthers training camp coming to Rock Hill, what image do y'all want people to see when they come in and visit? And it does absolutely nothing good for our county image when people are making public statements about people owning vicious or dangerous dogs and the people and communities needing protecting from such. We have, as does the state of South Carolina, laws against owning and breeding, etc. of such dogs. Our image still isn't faring well with the recent bust of abuse and neglect of 42 chained to car axles buried in the ground dogs, not to mention the 2012 bust of a dog fighting ring on Wildcat Creek Road in Rock Hill that involved 30 pit bulls. Or how about Rambo, who was found by accident in 2016? He was a dumped fight dog, bound and left to die on a pile of previously deceased dumped dogs. Or what about Briggs in 2017, found tied to a tree with his tongue ripped out? Briggs was another dumped fight bait dog. And there is a very recent story about a dumped fight bait dog found deceased in Rock Hill. This is just a few of the very many stories that are out there. The NDAA and the ASPCA have found that animal fighting activities attract other serious crimes such as criminal domestic violence, child abuse, gambling, drug dealing, weapons offenses, and money laundering. Children have also been found to be present at animal fighting events. Pet theft to acquire bait animals is also a common byproduct of the crime. Our county is sadly not immune to that. There is plenty of proof where chained, abused dogs have been found and the owner has drugs, weapons, domestic or child abuse charges, as well as some of them being repeat offenders. Let's keep chaining out of York County, and that will help drive out this type of undesirable issues. So with all of this being said, and with the discussions and proposed changes, it is our hope and goal that the image of our county can be greatly improved and we will be viewed as a progressive county versus a regressive one. In the words of Mahatma Gandhi once said, quote, "The greatness of a nation and its moral progress can be judged by the way its animals are treated," unquote. Not every family deserves a dog, but every dog deserves a family. Thank you.
Everyone, this is an emotional issue, I get it, but let's hold the clapping, please. Who's next?
Hi, I'm Rose Shimoleski, and I'm at 530 Harmony Glen Circle. Good evening, council members. My name is Rose, and I come before you tonight as the granddaughter of a previous town supervisor and town councilwoman in the state of New York. She has taught me to be involved and to be proud of my local community. In the 21 years I have lived in York County, I have seen tremendous progress being made. I would like to thank the council for recognizing the need to update our current animal ordinances. There are a number of changes that support the improvement in the humane care and safety of our community. We, as your constituents, applaud you for recognizing the need for change. I would like to address the issue of chaining. As you know, chaining is long outdated, and many counties around us now have no chaining ordinances. For example, Spartanburg is currently only allowing tethering of any form for no more than 2 hours. They also mandate that pen sizes must be a minimum of 100 square feet per dog, and to add 50 square feet per dog who is over 80 pounds. Throughout the Carolinas, there has been a no chaining movement over the last few years due to public safety and humane quality of life for dogs. A few other examples of communities that do not allow chaining are Greenville, Aiken, Abbeville, Greer, Anderson, and even our neighboring county, Chester. They have a no chaining ordinance. Chaining leads to abuse, aggressiveness, and also is a dog fighter tactic. I, as a resident of York County, am concerned knowing that this is happening where I live. Please, let's keep moving forward and support the positive changes that are being recommended. Thank you.
Anyone else in favor?
Hi, I'm Kelly Beatty. I am a small animal veterinarian and owner of Baxter Veterinary Clinic, and I live in Fort Mill, South Carolina. And I'm here tonight to speak a little bit about the chaining and tethering. As a veterinarian, I see a lot of health-related injuries and illnesses related to chaining and tethering, so I am opposed to it. We see sometimes horrific injuries like broken legs or strangulation, and sometimes heartbreaking cases that could be prevented, like death from heat stroke or heartworm disease. But tonight I come to you not as a veterinarian, but as a mom who put my kids, my first and my fourth grader, on the school bus this morning and sent them off to school at York County Public School. As a resident who owns a home and also owns a small business in York County. And also as a concerned citizen who in the last 10 years since I've lived here has seen an uptick in crime in our community. So one of the things that concerns me about chaining and tethering is that my two kids who are 6 and 9 and have grown up in my vet clinic, they are the exact demographic of someone who would be mauled by a dog. And as much as I've tried to teach them as a mother not to ever approach a dog that's on a chain or without asking their owner first, I know that I'm not gonna always be there when they're riding their bikes around their neighborhood. And it terrifies me that I actually have a neighbor in my neighborhood who chains and tethers their dog in their front yard. And I'm not trying to get anybody in trouble, but it's terrifying to me that my kids are now at the age where they're riding their bikes around and are gonna have to ride their bikes by this dog, who actually killed one of my other neighbor's small Yorkies that escaped out of its house and ran across the street into the path of this dog. I've been a veterinarian now for over 15 years, and I've been around animals my whole life. And I can tell you that there's a few reasons why dogs are more aggressive when they're tied up. But I'm just gonna focus on one main reason today, and that's because the dog doesn't have any sort of outlet for their energy. So whether it's good energy or bad energy, if they're excited, scared, aggressive, it doesn't really matter. If they can't allow that release of their energy by getting some exercise, they are going to be more prone to biting. And I just think about, what if that little Yorkie had been my child? What if that had been your child that wandered into the path of a dog staked out in somebody's front yard? The other reason I'm concerned about chaining is because it does allow people to keep large numbers of dogs on a single property. And you may think I'm not very smart as a veterinarian. You'd probably think I want to have a lot of people owning maybe 10, 20, 30 dogs because then they might bring me more business. But I'm about responsible pet ownership. And I know that it's very difficult for most people to own that many dogs responsibly. You have to house dogs, and they can't be safely housed when you have that many of them unless they're either in a kennel or tethered or chained up in some way so that they can't get into fights and interact with each other. And we're in the process of building a boarding facility as we're expanding our business, so I'll tell you that building kennels is not inexpensive, and I don't care who you are. So if you have to build a bunch of kennels, it's costly, and most people can't do it. But I do get concerned when I see people having large number of dogs, because the reasons for that are gonna be, maybe either puppy mills, which are bad for animal welfare, kind of bad for our public image, hoarding. A lot of times people involved with hoarding, not only are they not taking care of the animals properly, but they also may have mental illness or addiction. And then, of course, dog fighting, which is kind of the South's dirty little secret. And it's definitely something, if you listen to the news here in York County, that is alive and well in our community. And I do get very concerned about dogfighting because I feel like with dogfighting, I've treated a number of patients who have been involved as bait dogs from dogfighting that are brought into us by the rescues. And it concerns me because as a resident here, as a mom who's raising 2 small children, I don't want to see an increase in violent crime because I know that with dogfighting, there's also going to be gambling and drugs and guns and weapons and things that are illegal. So I would encourage you guys to try to keep moving forward as a community, keep making York County a safe and great place to live by trying to be progressive with our laws pertaining to animals. Think about spay-neuter laws, think about licensing requirements. These are pretty simple things that a lot of other communities have, and I think that it will make our community a lot better if we can implement some of those changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in favor? Yes, sir.
My name is Russ Knight, and I live at 962 Blakely Walk in Rock Hill. I don't have a lot to say. These folks that have spoke before me are the experts on the reasons. I am a retired Marine. I'm retired as the counselor, EAP counselor for York County of about 20 years. And I just think we can be better than this. The very idea that we would go back to chaining animals or we're not enforced, not to prohibit that kind of cruelty bothers me. I just think we as citizens have to be better than that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else in favor? Yes, sir.
Chairman and Board, my name is Jack Griever. I live at Longshot Farms Run on Longshot Farms in Clover, South Carolina. I have a 150-acre farm, and for the last 30 years, I've been rehabilitating dogs that have had problems like we speak of. Bait dogs, maladjusted dogs, fearful dogs, reactive dogs, aggressive dogs, dangerous dogs, all of those things I've had to deal with. Now, I come with certification, that's why I have this business, but it comes with a lot of work, a lot of study, a lot of background, and knowledge, which I have. I'm certified by the IAABC, which is not very common around here because it's very difficult to become certified. That is the International Association of Animal Behavior Consultants. So I am a certified dog behavior consultant, specifically dogs. So in the canine world, what I've seen in my travels, and I have done work in Lima, Peru, many places in Mexico, South America, Haiti, some third world countries and islands in the Caribbean. These places have no dog laws, no animal cruelty laws. So we're not there, we're not that bad, but as the proud Marine said, and thank you for your service, sir, I can say this. If we were that bad, or if we digress, what happens in the dog population is terribly bad because it affects the human population. You see, we have some rules, and chaining gets into it, dog breeding, no rules, spay, neuter, these things that should be regulated. Why? Because we have a greedy society of people that want to look at ways to make money fast, and if it isn't in drugs, it's in dog breeding, it's in dog fighting. When I was on these third world countries and islands in South America and all over the Caribbean, you will see stray dogs everywhere. Why? There's no rules. Nobody spays and neuters. It's a very known fact that these dogs become aggressive, they become troublesome, they end up a problem to the community, and if you pictured this community, it'd be a high cost to eradicate, because on those third world, they eradicate. I mean, they introduce distemper and parvo, and you don't even know it, and all the dogs die, and then they start over. But 10 years later, they're in the same problem. There are so many dogs that are unwanted in this whole world that unless we, as a community, say, you know what, we're not going to go that way,
But hey, we're already way advanced than a Caribbean island or a third world country. But when you see the way they're treated, see, when I said it affects the community, when there are no laws and people are generally have a need to try and satisfy their greed and money, you will have young kids, young, like they are on the islands. They raise pit bulls or whatever popular dog there is, and they'll raise them like crazy in a backyard somewhere, and they'll sell them for, who cares if it's $20 or $50, or it's $500 or for some special breed. But the problem is that, just like they said, these dogs won't have any care. They won't have any shots. There's no regulation, and the young kids are getting into it because there's no law against it. They're too young to even bother with drugs yet, but they'll bother with dogs. The dog fighting rings, which is predominantly chained dogs out in the wilderness somewhere on some big farm or some piece of property. I go to jail once a week, and that's not because I'm arrested. So I almost lost my credibility. But I'm in jail right here at Moss County and in Mecklenburg County every week, ministering to the prisoners there. And what I find, because they know me and they know that I train and rehabilitate dogs that tend to have problems with biting other dogs, fighting, or people, they come up to me and say, hey, tell me about, I love dogs. I used to train them. I used to fight them. These guys admit to me almost, if I ask that prison population, who knows where a dogfighting ring is, almost everyone can tell me one. That's sad. What's sad about it is if they know it, we should know it. And I'll bet we can know it if we ask the right questions. And then we can eradicate that too. Because it is drug related. Every one of those guys looks like they've been doing drugs or got arrested for drugs. They didn't get arrested for dogfighting. But that arena brings that. So the element is there, it needs to be stopped. When we see chaining and allow it, we can have a front for dogs that are all chained in the yard, and you say, well, they've got a little fence around them, whatever the loophole is, they will find it out. I have found that incarcerated residents over there at Moss County know more about the legal system and rules and laws than I could ever know. And that amazes me. So think that through. Every regulation and every ordinance you put on paper here, they will figure out. And they'll know every loophole. So we can't give them a loophole. But let's say, since I know dogs, and I know what causes these problems, there is a true meaning of an aggressive dog. They do exist. These dogs are, maybe they're bipolar, things that we don't study. We can't do CAT scans and MRIs. The good doctor here knows that nobody's going to come in there and say, I want to know why my dog's brain's functioning this way. Many times dogs get put on Prozac like people do, but we don't know what to do next. So the true problem here is that dogs were maladjusted, not socialized, not trained, neglected, and then they become fearful. Because when you don't care about your dog and he's tied out there for, even if it isn't dogfighting, let's say it's not dogfighting. I just don't have time for that dog anymore. He was cute 8 months ago. Now he jumps on me. I didn't train him not to do that. Now he tries to gum me and bite my hands. I didn't train him not to do that. But now he's 100 pounds and he used to feel good. Now it hurts. So I'm going to put him out in a cage. That didn't work. He somehow destroyed it. Put him on a chain, wire chains available. Well, let's start with the dog fighting. If you take a dog that's being tortured and scared and all it wants to do is get away and put them on any other tether, they'll chew through it, except the chain. I've seen dogs, and I'm sure the veterinarians have too, that have their teeth gone, just gone from chewing through their chain, which they'll never get. So that's a form of cruelty right there, the fact that they're trying to chew that chain. Why did it get on a chain? Because they chewed through the leash, through the rope, through the whatever. So here we've got a dog that wants to so badly get away. Could be because he wasn't spayed neutered, could be because he smells a female, could be a lot of things, even beyond fear. But we got a dog that now has to get away. So he chew, can't get away, and that's why the chains exist, because it prevents the getting away. Where, I have a whole nother theory on that. First of all, having a dog tethered out in your yard, it might be necessary. We've got HOAs that don't allow fences, all kinds of problems. But I've got a great dog. I want to go in, have a cup of coffee, want to watch out the window, tether your dog. There are even better ways, like trolleys, I would agree. But let's say I put a tether on that dog. Well, if that dog chews through that rope, well, then I can't tether that dog. See, I don't go to a next step and say, let's chain the dog, and then get ridiculous giant chains that are heavier than the dog's neck. That's another subject. The point is, people that chain dogs are doing it for a reason. It's either macho or it's because the dog's going to chew through something. Well, if the dog's going to chew through something, that dog needs training. That dog needs another facility. He needs another way to contain it. Don't give him an out to put a chain around that dog's neck. That's a period. Now, you all can make laws to say, okay, we're not going to allow chaining, and then people are going to say, well, what do I do? My dog chews through. Well, there's a lot of stuff you could have done, but now whatever the dog's age is, whatever the problem is, you've got professionals you can talk to, and they can guide you. But let's say if we want to eradicate all of these bad things about animals, then start with spay-neuter. There's no reason not to spay and neuter your dog. I don't care. You know, you can get a veterinarian up here, and I've talked to hundreds of them, and maybe the breed, oh, they want it to be at least a year, maybe 18 months. Maybe it should be never less than 6 months. I don't care. What I care about is that dog should not be producing. So at 6 months, we should say, unless there's some extenuating circumstance, health, welfare of the dog, not for your pocketbook, extenuating circumstance, these dogs have to be spay and neutered. One rule. Next rule, every dog that comes into this establishment, this York County, should be microchipped. And make that a law. Well, everybody's got to go to a vet. If they don't, well, they're outside of the law anyway. Every dog should be shots, rabies, that's a law, isn't it? So we do that. Now, they have to go to a vet to get that done. They go to the vet scans it. Hey, there's no microchip here. Do you know it's unlawful? You have to. Well, that microchip is so cheap, heck, I'd almost give them away. And even non-veterinarian people can learn and be taught to give a microchip. I mean, it's so simple. So here's what we have. Microchip every dog, spay, neuter every dog. And good veterinarians get together and say, what's the best time for that to be? Whatever it is, it's going to get there. Now, if I find a dog, somebody brings me a stray dog, somebody steals a dog, anything happens, we know right who that dog belongs to. And that's a good start. Because I come across people that say, oh yeah, this dog, he came and attacked my dog, the dog's now terrified. It wants to bite other dogs because now it can't trust any dogs. You know, that's just psychology. So what happened? Where'd that dog come from? Well, it's my neighbor's dog, but I went to him and he said, I don't know whose dog that is. It just lives here. It hangs out here. Well, that's wrong. If there's a dog in your yard and it's staying there, you either call animal control and get rid of that dog, or you say own that dog. That means if you own that dog, you got to microchip that dog, you got to spay neuter that dog. You see the process is going here? That's the trend. If we make laws that make that happen, we can stop so much, and we can actually start correcting this dog fighting. I know there's big money in that because the prisoners tell me there's big money in it. I even fear that the money goes uphill to places I don't even want to think about. But since I don't have proof of that, I can tell you this, wherever there's big money, people can get corrupted. We have to put laws, in fact, and in place that you can't allow corruption because a simple bypasser can say that's illegal instead of I got to call animal control. I don't know if that's illegal. Does it meet the bylines? Does it meet the code? No, that's illegal. When I was in these third world countries, children have no laws and they use puppies as footballs. They toss them to each other until the puppy's dead. I've seen them take dogs and want to teach them how to swim, and they throw them off cliffs into the ocean because there's no law. I've seen them kick dogs down the street when they're going to school, little backpack on their little back, they're this high, and they're kicking dogs down the street. Why? There's no law. And it's fun. Their parents did it. They told them it's okay, or nobody said wrong. If I were to go up to those people, an expatriate, and say, no, that's wrong, and I can be arrested for threatening that child, so then we're out of it. You see how this goes? Not this bad as York County. But if we don't correct the problems that we have that are so blaring obvious to those of us that are rescuing dogs, saving dogs, rehabilitating dogs, it's just going to get so bad, we're going to have to take bold steps. But let me say this, as a guy that has been dealing with a lot of very maladjusted, fearful dogs. although many can be rehabilitated. Some are so badly hurt that I don't have a second thought about saying, you know what, it's in the Lord's hands. Let that dog go to heaven, because that dog is fearful every moment of its life. It's not right, it's not fair, and that's inhumane too. We need to look at each case, and I know there's a lot of dog rescues that I've dealt with that said, no, every dog deserves a chance. But I want to tell you right now, veterinarians, dog rehabilitation people, when we see a dog that is so terrified that no matter what you do with all the talent that I have learned in my years, I can't help that dog, then I want to say, Lord, help that dog, because he's terrified. How'd this happen? Because we let people have dogs with no rules, and they stick them out back, and they put them in a cage, and they put them on chains, and they come from everywhere, all walks of life. If you go up into northern countries, and you go into British Columbia, and you go into Portland, Oregon, and some places in New York, you will find such strict dog rules, like we're talking about right here, that you don't see any of these problems. There's no dog fight rings. It all went away because of the law. Move somewhere where there isn't. Well, let's just make this a county that there isn't any chance that you can treat an animal like this, because it does affect our population and it does affect our children. And you know what? I get it. When you're an animal control officer and you're in charge of animal control, your job is to keep the safety of the people, not so much the dog. It's the people that come first. And it's also, we need to stay on point that says if an animal is going to harm the people, that animal has to be taken away. If that's all you do, you're going to be busy people. If you do what we're talking about right here, you can take out that element in 20 years. You won't have that expense. It's been proven plenty of places. So thank you for your listening, and may I say, thank you for keeping God in this meeting. In God's name. Jesus.
Anyone else in favor?
I didn't sign up, may I?
Well, you can, she's going to be
I'll just
first.
be really quick and
You're fine.
My name is Lauren Page. I live at 212 Hillsborough Lane in Rock Hill, South Carolina. I am a canine behavioral specialist. I just want to read a couple of things to you tonight because this is, I'm not from here, so all of this is new for me here. I was initially going to speak about dog chaining and the effect mentally and psychologically it has on the dogs here, but there's quite a few problems that we have going on in this county that need to be addressed, and I'm not going to talk about all of that tonight, but I do want to address dog chaining. A dog kept chained in one spot for hours, days, months, or even years suffers immense psychological damage, resulting in anxious, neurotic, unhappy, depressed, and often aggressive. The same mental and emotional pain that a human would experience by being chained up is the same pain a dog experiences. Many dog caretakers who keep their dogs chained up often don't realize the psychological and emotional harm it inflicts, and they often don't check on their dogs often enough to find out. Now, being a behavioral specialist, similar to Jack, we have it a little bit tougher. This is not like a Cesar Millan moment where we walk into a house and we say, oh, your dog is fixed. This takes months, years to work with these dogs that have such psychological damage that we can't even fix for them. We don't even know where to begin. Putting them on Prozac or Trazodone or any of these drugs are not strong enough to help these dogs. They have suffered through so much that we'll never know what they've been through. There are a lot of laws that need to be reinforced down here. And like I said, I could talk about this all night, but I really hope you guys have it in you to make some changes.
Anyone else in favor? Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Apologize for being casual. I hadn't planned on speaking tonight. Pat Farrell. I live at 2640 Stone Trace Drive, neighbor of Mr. Roddy. Over the years, I have rescued 15 giant breed dogs Many of them are on Prozac for lots of reasons, including a Mastiff that was kept in a garage for 4 years and has no teeth because he had to eat the stone steps. That was all he was given. I came from Ohio 12 years ago, and the point that I'd like to make tonight, a lot of great information that has come from my colleagues here, but at the end of the day, enforcement and education take money. And the point that I'd like to bring up is that when I came down from Ohio, we went to get our driver's licenses and do all that, and we said, great, where do we go to register our dogs? And somebody said, oh, we don't do that here. And I said, well, how do you pay for your shelters? How do you pay for spay and neuter? How do you pay for education programs? As an Ohio resident, we had an annual fee. It was $25 per dog. We could do it at the vet. We could do it at the DMV. It was easy to do. It gave us a tag that was put into a database so that if our dog was lost, we could call a number and they would have record of it. So at the end of the day, everybody's made great points, but we all know that it takes money to run programs, to run animal control, to run spay and neuter programs and educate the public. I would love to see this group consider strongly working on a registration program so that we can not only bring to light some of the things that have been happening, but also have an ongoing source of funding that will help us move forward, as I know this council wants to move forward based on what I'm hearing tonight. But I would encourage you to look seriously at a registration program. I think any responsible dog owner would gladly sign up for it if they understood the benefits both to themselves and to the society. Thank you very much.
Anyone else in favor? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Levins. I live at 1605 Shetland Lane in Rock Hill. I am a psychologist with the school district, with the Rock Hill School District, but I also run an animal rescue in York County. And I'm here today to represent a lot of local animal rescues. I want you to know how we support animal control in a variety of ways. We not only take stray and owner surrenders animals from the shelter, but we also have a hotline. It's 803-980-DOGS, where we take calls for people who are interested in low cost, no cost spay neuter. If you need vet care for your animal, many times we can provide that. We provide animal control with shade tarps, trolley lines, many different supplies to better the living conditions of animals. So we will continue to support animal control. We appreciate your support of these proposed changes, and I would really appreciate you passing the second hearing tonight, reading tonight. Thank you.
Anyone else in favor? Is there a motion?
Motion to close public hearing.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, hearing none. Is there a second motion?
Chairman Johnson,
Yes.
I
Ms.
would like
Love.
to make a motion to approve with 3 minor changes. One would be to add under adequate shelter, to add a shade requirement. The wording would be in addition to a doghouse. Currently, it just says a shade requirement, and sometimes a doghouse would be, maybe over 100 degrees, depending on the type of doghouse, so there would be no shade. The second part would be to remove the word primary from the current ordinance, just to eliminate confusion in the definition of restraint. And thirdly, an item that we had talked about in the Public Works Committee is to increase the fees, a couple of specific fees, and those would be the impound fee for a first occurrence. The minimum cost at intake is $32. I would suggest that for a sterilized animal, we raise that to $45. The impound fee for a third occurrence of an intact animal, one that has not been spayed or neutered, would raise from $150 to $225. An impound fee for a fourth occurrence for an intact animal, one that is not spayed or neutered, would be $300. And the boarding fee, daily boarding fee for an animal that has been, was a stray and picked up by animal control, would increase from $12 to $15 to cover the cost of that.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Ms. Love?
Yes. You know, I just want to tell y'all something that's really important. Animal control has worked really hard to get to this point. And tonight was about whether you support what they've done or not. And I think you had a lot of great ideas tonight, and you need to realize that even though this might be all we're doing tonight, this was up for discussion tonight. So I will tell you that probably a lot of what you said maybe went in one ear and out another tonight because it wasn't the right venue for that. So I think that's very important. And I also want to say on behalf of my fellow councilman, Bumparati, he has not proposed at any point that we chain dogs again. What he asked for was clarification of an ordinance from a time when most of us were not on this council, but he was. And so what he felt like and what a lot of people felt like was in that ordinance, you know, when all of this started coming to be, he simply questioned what did that mean? And it seemed to be different than what was actually decided on at that time to him. Wasn't on council, wasn't involved in any way, but I just, you know what, in a way I think he's gotten a bad rap on this, and I just want to clarify that as the chairman of the Public Works Committee, and you know, Dr. Blackwell and I are both on that committee, and what I hope is that we can take some of your ideas and continue moving forward with positive things for animal control. You know, that's near and dear to my heart. I got 2 of those dogs that you talk about from the Caribbean. You know, I was questioning on why I rescued from the Caribbean and not locally, and I'll tell you, there's a tremendous need for somebody to take those dogs, but it takes a very special owner to have feral potcakes from the islands, and so but there's a lot of need in this county, and we are very fortunate to have so many people that show up on behalf of the animals. What if you didn't show up? What if you weren't sitting there tonight? I don't know where we'd be, and we certainly don't want to go backwards. We want to continue to move forward, but for right now, this is where we are, and I hope that everybody will accept tonight that this is all positive stuff. It's a great change. We're moving in the right direction. I don't think we're done, but I think for right now, it's I'm happy with what we've done. So that's it.
Mr. Roddy.
Thank you. First off, I want to thank Councilmember Love for those opening comments. I made like 1,000 notes. I promise you I only give you 500, so bear with me. The first thing I put down was this ordinance is not about chaining. You know, from June 14th, from our Public Works Committee meeting, immediately after that, our discussions went to chaining, which was never the intent of our Animal Control Director, was never the intent of the Public Works Committee, but immediately, people who were in attendance immediately went out, started emailing saying Bumparati is reintroducing chaining. That has never been the situation. That has never been the case. And I appreciate Councilmember Love for trying to clarify that, but it's like spilled milk. Once you put it on the ground, you can't get it back in the container. And we went through several interviews, several conversations, even going back to pulling the audio from 2012. What was asked for in that meeting was go pull the audio video and let's see what we told citizens that would be allowed. And we played the audio at the last meeting. It's no denying what we told citizens that you would be able to do if we passed that ordinance. And some of you were here in 2012 and heard the exact same thing that we said. So when it came up that this was being enforced this way, I immediately said, wait a minute, this is not what we voted on. And the audio proved that's not what we told citizens. We had people going out building fences to be in compliance who spent hundreds and thousands of dollars to do this, only to fast forward to 2019 and say, wait a minute, you can't do this. And they're saying, what do you mean? I was told in 2012, 2013, 2015, that if I'd done these steps, I would be in compliance. And some of the people I see sitting out here has actually assisted people with getting fences to become in compliance, only to find out in 2019 that that's not what we meant. So we asked for clarification of what we passed in 2012, and there's no dispute of what we said, what we told, what we were under the impression of as council members and as citizens. So I'm still trying to clear that up because I still get emails, I still get phone calls asking, why are you reintroducing chaining? and I'll never be able to talk to as many people. I had people calling me from out of county, out of state. I've tried to reply to emails, phone calls, interview requests. I've done all that. And it's not gonna stop with those efforts, because I don't want people to think that I'm one of the ones who condone certain behaviors, because I don't even own a dog. I live in the same neighborhood as Pat. I see her out walking her dogs daily, you know, beautiful animals. I don't own a dog. And honestly, I said the last meeting, I'm kind of terrified of certain dogs myself. So this is not about that situation. We've heard several different things on what we can do as a county, talking about fees, talking about registration. We heard these type things and the lack of animal control officers or agents. We even get the sheriff department, who has a ton of officers, still wanting more officers to be able to patrol. These things cost money. We vetted the situation of looking at registration fees in 2012. We vetted it wholeheartedly, and we decided not to do it. Yes, some counties, some states require that, but let's be real. Laws are for people who are only going to abide by them. Law enforcement is for those who are going to break the law. We can make laws for tax laws, human trafficking, sex trafficking, drug dealing, child abuse, domestic violence, dog fighting. Those laws are for people who are going to abide by them, and we have to have the proper enforcement in place to enforce those laws. We can put anything on the books, but do we have the resources to enforce these particular laws? And I'll say, and we all know it, we're not blind to the fact, it costs money to hire officers for the sheriff department. It costs money to hire more officers for animal control. And we can tax, and I'm sure 90% of this room will probably vote for increasing taxes to do these efforts. But it won't only be taxing you guys, we'll be taxing everybody, even those who believe in these efforts and those who don't believe in these efforts. So we have a job to balance out. How do we strike that balance? And in 2012, Dr. Blackwell and I were the only two up here. We vetted this thing for months and months and months. We thought we had a good ordinance for 2012. Fast forward to 2019, does some of those things still fit our community? That's not up for debate, but that's for individuals to decide. If we were to put in no chaining, no tethering, it's still for people who are going to abide by the laws, because we have laws on the books about drug dealing. We still have tons of drugs coming in this country. We have laws on this book about human trafficking. We still have human trafficking in this country. We have laws on sex trafficking. We have all these laws, but are we able to enforce them and eradicate and stamp out and get them out of our community and out of our country? So it's not about whether we can make a law. It's about, can we enforce a law? And I think the rescues, I've worked with them in 2012. Unfortunately, some have gotten ill feelings here recently, haven't reached out to me, and Alicia was one of the very ones who I was in contact with day in and day out. We met and we met and we met in 2012. And in 2012, as a result of that, we didn't pass no tethering. We passed what we have on the books now, and that's why some people feel like it wasn't enough in 2012. And we heard from this evening, what we're doing today is not going to be enough. So we will be back down this road again on some other measures. This thing is going to keep evolving and evolving and evolving, but it goes back to, we can make any law that we want to, but do we have the agents on the ground? Are we willing to tax our citizens to put agents on the ground, to look in everybody's backyard, to look in every neck of the woods, to make sure people are doing right by the dogs? And I'll tell you, we will probably not get there, because there's a huge cost. We're running into issues now at animal control because we don't have the space, because we've taken in so many pets. And I'm sure everyone sitting in here who are on the rescue knows this. So how can we balance this out with enforcement? Now we need more space at animal control to be able to take in more dogs and cats or whatever that's not being treated right, or who people have surrendered. There's a huge cost to this. I think in 2012 we were thinking, do we get sheriff deputies? Do we buy vehicles? Do we do animal control agents? What do we do? Because we have a limited amount of money, and this council has done a heck of a job of making sure we keep things in perspective on costs, keep things in perspective on our tax rates. So I think we've done about all that we can do besides going out and hiring 20 more agents and giving each district 3 or 4 agents to go out and look in people's backyards. I don't think we'll get to that point. We talk about what goes on in other countries. Yeah, we know countries, some countries allow dogs to be put on the dinner table. That's not here in this country. We heard the stories of kids kicking dogs, playing with dogs because they don't have certain balls, toys, whatever. We know that goes on in other countries. We don't do that here. We don't condone that in this country. We don't condone that in this county. Going back to the registrations and things, we could start a volunteer program, but do we want to? We have to be able to set up our departments, our county, to even be able to take care of these kind of transactions. Is that something that we want to go out and hire someone for, pay them county wages to take in volunteer registration? So you guys have put a lot on the plate, and probably some things that will take hold, and probably some things that are in the real distant future. Do any of the 7 of us condone someone abusing a dog, dog fighting, or tying a pet up in the backyard for months on end without going out, taking care of them? I'll say not a single one of us up here would condone any of that behavior. And just to get back on topic of what's being proposed about the fees, the shade, and the term primary, we kind of forced this out of committee. We, as a committee, should have had the opportunity to sit down and talk about and vet and bring to council 2 or 3 council members out of committee, not show up at a council meeting on the night of and say, let's do this, because I don't know the shade requirements. How, if a owner has a dog house, now do we require him to have a shaded tree? Does he need to plant a certain type tree? Does he use a tarp? What does that mean? How can we put things in place for animal control to enforce on shade when it's not even defined what will suffice considered being shade? Do you take a bed linen and tie it up and hang it over? So what does that look like? Let's don't put things in an ordinance that gives animal control the discretion to go out and say, well, I don't think that's really shade. The term primary, if we're taking out the term primary, what does the term primary mean to the ordinance that we have right now? And I like to ask someone on staff, if we remove the term primary, what does that do to the ordinance? Because when we first went down this road, it was told to us in committee that we wanted to do some, look at changing dangerous dog, vicious dog, changing some fees, some generic cleanup. What we ended up trying to do in an underhanded way, I think, is change the whole enforcement of the ordinance, because if animal control wanted to change how they were enforcing or what the ordinance said, it should have come through the chairman to say, hey, Mr. Roddy, we want to look at changing how we enforce this ordinance, or this ordinance means this. But it was never done that way. And so now we're trying to piecemeal this, and this was pulled out of committee prematurely to bring to council, because some people don't want the political heat of dealing with this. But we went at least 6 months in 2012 trying to vet everything that we put in this ordinance, from food, shelter, water, the weight of the chain, the collar material, the swivel. We went through 6 months, and now we go to committee, have one meeting, and now all of a sudden we're pulling this out of committee just to say we don't want to have the political fallout in the public. This is not right. And as the chairman, things that have asked to go into this ordinance hasn't even come to the chairman. So I feel kind of slighted when we're sitting up here saying, let's put this in. No one's called me. No one said, let's have another meeting to vet some new things that we're wanting to do. So put yourself in my shoes as the public chairman committee chair from 2012 to now, and to have these things brought up without coming through me. If this was you sitting here, you say, wait a minute, this is supposed to go through me. But this hasn't went through the chairman. This has gone through other council members trying to put things together to make this work. And this is not what we said we wanted to do when we said we would put things in committee. You don't put them in committee to pull them out only to have that kind of discussion. We should have been coming to this council, this body, and saying, as a committee, this is what we put forth, this is what we agreed upon, this is what we met on several times. But once it came out of committee, there's no reason for the committee to even meet anymore. Now it's just, let's hash it out, let's have this public debate, and it's very disrespectful as one of the longest-serving council members up here to have these tactics done to make this ordinance work. If you were sitting up here, you should be given the respect of the chairman. Our animal control director, she's not even here. I can't even ask her a question. Where are some of these suggestions coming from? She's in the back now. I see her. She's way in the back. But this is the position I'm in. And I feel the way that I feel because it's very real. If anyone would call me, anyone would reach out to me, I've responded. I've tried to be diligent. I've tried to be open-minded. We'll never please everyone because that's just the way society's set up. You know, someone who has an inside dog will never agree with someone who has an outside dog. But we shouldn't force everyone to bring their dogs inside. We shouldn't expect that same passion for someone who's a pet lover as someone who's a sports lover, to someone who's a TV buff, someone who's works in the adoption, human adoption arena. Everyone has their passion, but our passion can't bleed over to where we're forcing people to think and live like certain people do. We have to strike that balance. And I know I'm going long because I'm very passionate about this. I'm passionate about serving up here and making sure we not only take care of what our pet lovers want to see, but we also keep in mind the everyday, day-to-day citizen who, whether they have 2 dogs, 3 dogs, 4 dogs, and go to work every day, and they're not home stroking the back of the dog's neck and sitting there watching The Price is Right and the stories with the animals every day. So we have a job to do, and we have to make sure we take into account that dog lover who has 1 pet, or that dog lover who has 10 pets, or 20 pets, whatever. We have to make sure we are accommodating to the point that if they do have a certain number of pets, that they treat them with respect, they love them, they nurture them, and they make sure they protect the community from them. I heard the young lady mention about the vet mentioned her child riding a bike, and the neighbor's dog has killed another dog. Well, what if that dog wasn't on the chain? What if that dog actually got off that chain and got out and approached her child riding that bike? That would be an issue. If an owner feels his dog needs to be restrained by any mechanism, they should have that option, because if he gets out and attacks someone, that owner's responsible for the medical bills, that owner's responsible for paying fines. Not everybody tethers their dog. Not everybody has a house dog. So we have to make sure we have situations that allow for people who feel they need to tether their dog, or who feel like they can provide a restraint with a fence to keep the dogs in. Let's don't throw everything away thinking that every dog is the dog that you can walk up to and pet them and stroke. People have vicious dogs in this world. We need to make sure we're protecting the dogs, and we need to make sure we're protecting the public. But I know I've said a lot, and that's probably half of what I've written down, but we need to vet the fees. We need to vet the shade scenario. And if someone on staff can explain to me, if we remove primary from this ordinance, what does that mean to the ordinance? What does that mean if we take primary out of the ordinance?
Can anyone on the staff tell us?
Yeah, I can speak to that.
Mr.
I
Husband,
think
thank
primary is used when the definition of, or when tethering is discussed in the ordinance. And what it says is when tethering is used as a primary means of restraint, it gives you a number of things that need to be followed for using tethering as a primary means. And I think the interpretation of that was discussed back in 2011 kind of revolved around the word primary restraint. And the interpretation was that if a fence was used as a primary means, tethering was secondary. Well, I think now the interpretation is, well, if the dog is on a tether, that is the primary means of restraint. And it doesn't really speak to how, if the fence is used as a primary, or if the tethering is not primary, what rules are followed in that case. So just for clarification, I think if you remove the word primary from that, and anytime a dog is restrained by a tether, you would follow those rules. It makes it very simple to enforce in that case.
And that is not a simple language change. That's a total change of our ordinance. And that goes back to these discussions should have taken place or should take place in a committee. Don't give this to my committee only to have it mutilated in public as to what we should and shouldn't do. We don't send things to the planning committee only to discuss it wholeheartedly from A to Z in public. We use committees now more than we've ever used them, but it seems like when we got the animal control ordinance, we didn't utilize the committee. We didn't want this in committee. We wanted this to come right back to have this discussion and maybe put some things in that are questionable. So it's not my plea. I'll go along with whatever council wants to do, but I'll say to my other 6 colleagues, the tactic, the method that we've used with this pet ordinance that we're doing today is not the way we set out to do it with our committees, period. And if you support doing it this way, we're changing how we're doing business. And from a procedural standpoint, from a respect standpoint of us, it's not right the way this has been handled, period.
So I just want to,
Hang on.
I need to clarify.
Hang on. Dr. Beatty, the public part of this has ended. Unfortunately, you cannot speak. Ms. Love.
So when we had the committee meeting, one of the things that came up was the fees, and I made mention that day of the fees, and it was suggested that I bring that at the first reading, to bring that up at first reading, and I forgot to do that at first reading, so I brought that up tonight. It is a $20 change on one, and a $3 change on one, and then for a third and fourth offense, it's a heftier change, but it's because the third and fourth offense is going to require that on an animal that is not intact. We actually give a reduction on all of these fees when an animal is intact, but we also give a reduction if they're willing to allow animal control to spay or neuter the animal. So the fees, I've got them all written down. This was from the Public Works meeting. As far as the shade goes, that is all redlined. It was what the committee looked at, agreed to. The only thing that's being changed, because I would not disrespect you, because I actually am the chair of another committee, and I would feel the same way. But I'm just trying to say this is a very minor. The addition to the doghouse was what was left out of the shade. So here it is, everything we saw in the committee, and it just says that the shelter must include natural or artificial shade, and it gave a time. And what it failed to say was in addition to a doghouse. And just in going through this, I wanted to add that back, because sometimes a dog may have a doghouse, but if they have one of those igloo doghouses, it could be 100, 115 degrees, and that does not qualify as shade. So there was a dog that someone called animal control. They called me, and I called animal control, and the dog had an igloo house and nothing else, and the dog had no shade because it was too hot to go into the house. And that's when I thought that we needed to clarify that. So, and then I just think that the word, we're just redundant in talking about primary. So that's, but I'm just trying to explain that we did do this in committee.
And Mr. Winkler's been very patient. We're gonna go to Mr. Winkler, and I'll come back.
Very quickly, I wanted to ask if management had those ordinances and management was okay with those ordinances as presented, because I want to make sure that those were understood and exactly what shade was, as Mr. Roddy, does management have a good understanding of what the motion was, and because it was kind of made last minute here, so.
We do, but that's just based on what was presented tonight. And earlier today, I had a discussion with Ms. Love about the clarity of those, her concerns, of what she was going to be bringing forth tonight.
All right, and my last question was more for the county attorney. This is a rather large ordinance. It takes Chairman 5 minutes just to read through it. This was not, I would not think rises to the point of being any substantial changes to the ordinance that would need to be something that, you know, on the second reading, you can't make substantial changes. I would
No,
imagine
sir.
this is not, doesn't rise to that?
It does not.
Okay.
Anybody else want, Mr. Roddy?
I don't want to get it confused that these may or may not be good suggestions for the ordinance. My whole point was, we talked about things in our only Public Works Committee meeting on June 14th. We didn't agree on anything. We left that Public Works Committee meeting saying, hey, go back and review the tapes, pull the minutes, and see what we voted on in 2012. We never voted on anything concerning fees. We never voted on anything concerning shade. We never voted on anything concerning primary. So that's why I'm saying we spring this up at the last minute. These are things that you send to committee to work out, to work on, not to debate them and deliberate them at a council meeting where the committee chair doesn't even know what the fees are that we apparently we didn't agree to them. We discussed them. We didn't agree to it. But you go to committee to have an agreement to bring back to council. We had a brief discussion on shades. We discussed it. We didn't vote on it. We didn't talk about primary. But now we're putting in fees, shade, primary. That's not what we're supposed to do. That's not how the committee system is supposed to work. If we send something to the planning commission, the zoning board, the ZBA, or any committee, they hash it out and send it back to full council. We don't send it to committee and pull it back out, then now we're saying, let's do this, let's do that. But when we remove primary from this ordinance, it is a major change because now it doesn't allow someone to say, my fence is the primary, and you can't tether a dog if it's inside of a fence because there's no primary. The word primary is a key and major change to this ordinance that would not allow a citizen to say, my fence is my primary, so now I can hence go to the next step to use a tether. When we remove primary from this ordinance, that's what we're allowing animal control now to say, well, you can't do it because you can't say the fence is the primary. I've read the ordinance, I've talked to people, and this is the sticking point in the ordinance that we have from 2012. And if you listen to the audio that we played at the last meeting, county manager, David Harmon, and even our chairman at the current time was saying, yes, if you had a fence, you could tether your dog inside of a fence because the fence was the primary. And now to fast forward to 2012 to say removing primary is not a major change, I will debate that point day in and day out because that's the sticking point that allows citizens to be able to tether their dogs. So this is a major change. A major change should have been discussed in committee, and to show up tonight to say that removing primary is not a major change, I refute that point, even with our county attorney. It's a major change, and it should have been in committee, and we don't do business this way.
All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed?
No.
No.
The motion carries. Under old business, consider second reading of an ordinance to amend the code of the County of York, South Carolina, Chapter 51, Water and Sewer Service in order to establish a water transmission rate or wheeling rate as a rate mechanism in York County, to provide for the definition of wheeling rate and to establish wheeling rates with political subdivisions within the county through the adoption and execution of an intergovernmental agreement, as may be amended from time to time, and to provide for other matters related thereto.
Move to approve.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. The motion passes. Under new business, I have a conflict. I have given a letter to the clerk, and I am recusing myself.
New business item number 1, rezoning action. Consider first reading case number 1912, tax map number 728-0000-007, 41 and 48. The zoning request is to rezone from AGC and RUD to RC2 concerning 9.862 acres in District 1. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Just a question, because I just want to be sure. Is this the one that they spoke about tonight?
Yes.
That they would like for it to be deferred? Okay.
Yes. Nobody has any comments? I will say, I've had some folks reach out to me, and I did not, there was a last-minute meeting that was scheduled that I wasn't able to attend because I had previous obligations. I did not return that call to Ms. Bach, and I apologize, but I do want to say that I do have concerns about erosion control. This is first reading, which means that there are 2 more readings before this would pass, and I prefer to allow folks to work through those issues. We have a great staff that's looking into the erosion control, and I want to hear from them as well. I honestly, with my appointee to the Planning Commission, they voted to deny this 5-2, and I rely on my Planning Commission member to help guide me. That concerns me, and so I would like to see something before third reading that shows that there is not going to be a huge impact and that we're going to be able to handle this stormwater issue. Otherwise, I can't support third reading. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Opposed. Do we need to knock on the door?
Council to approve $1 million in critical needs funding.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion?
I do have some
Scott.
questions on this. This actually came before the F&O committee, and I wasn't sure why, and I asked that it be brought to the full council, and it was in consent agenda, and I asked that it be put in the main agenda, mostly because I have some questions about our critical needs budget. And I'd like to ask a few questions of staff right quick before I kind of give a few comments. Can somebody explain, I don't think we talked about this in the committee meeting, why we have a surplus?
Yes, ma'am. There were several categories that Public Works has budgeted on the critical needs or the reserve fund budget. They came in significantly under budget. That fund is not set up to build a fund balance. This came about really towards the end of May into the June time period. We do not levy the taxes until the fall, so we can still adjust everything with that. Engineering had previously met with management and had a desire to do some critical road resurfacing, and we had some concerns over the ability to actually expend that money within a year. We were given assurances by engineering that they would spend that money by June 30th, thus preventing us from building up a fund balance, and management felt that was the best use of the funds.
I'd like to know, what is our total critical needs budget now? What was it last year, and what is it going forward?
This will not increase the budget for critical needs. I believe we dropped it, I'm going off memory here now, we dropped it into the 3.5 range for mills. I'm going off memory, could be vague. I know we had a 7/10 drop in the millage on that. But again, this is coming out of the surplus that we have built up in that fund.
Is there currently a critical needs plan that's been adopted by staff for council to make decisions on this? Because I will tell you, history, when I first came on this council did have the opportunity to discuss critical needs projects in their districts. And when it came to F&O, what concerned me were the comments from management that said that council shouldn't be involved in making decisions about critical needs, that shouldn't be a political decision, and I disagree with that. And I'm not suggesting that this, as I understand it, what we're being proposed with tonight is not only that we spend the surplus, which obviously we need to do because we need to spend that money. It's how did we go about deciding that, and did council have an opportunity to have input on that decision? And it just seems to me that we should have a plan to make sure that those funds, because they are limited, $142,000 if we would split it up 7 ways, and I typically try to look at these projects to make sure that we're looking at it countywide, but you know, in this instance, I almost feel like I need to protect my district. There's only so much money. $142,000 would go a long way to closing a road in my district, and I just feel like the council has lost an opportunity to have some input to make sure that the projects that we can identify to use this funds were done in a way that makes sure the entire county is getting benefit from that, especially considering the fact that our C-Fund money has now been reduced.
My understanding is that council has not set the critical needs budget or the projects in the past. Now, I don't have any history to know that, but that's what I've been told.
is there a long-range, well, when I used to sit down and do our funding, there were issues where we would look at county needs. Could it be used for critical needs? Could that be approached that way? I guess here's my question. Is there a plan to use those funds, those critical needs funds, and how does council become aware of that? If we've now got it down to $3.5 million as the budget, how does council get involved in making sure that we're overseeing and have accountability to our constituents that those funds are being shared throughout the county?
That process and the critical need resurfacing, that's been around for, I think, over 10 years. Long history of the county council doing that. And historically, that was part of the budget process and part of the general fund. It was pulled out of the 2020 budget because we could not get comfortable that engineering was going to spend the money. There are multiple discussions, and one of those discussions what was led to the C fund balance that we all talked about in great depth. Getting engineered to the point where they could give us a number for the budget and expend it during the year was a critical reason as to why management took that out of the budget for 2020, which had been the first year was not in there. Engineering had to get management comfortable that they would expend those funds before we came to y'all with this request. The process going forward, as it should always be, will be part of the annual budget process, and we believe engineering has taken significant improvements in their process for getting these roads bid out and the work done that they can make it happen. For instance, on this particular road, the bid is going to be released Wednesday. We're on a tight schedule, but engineering understands the importance of expending those funds before June 30th because we do not want to repeat issues in the past where we would plan to spend $1.2, $1.7 million and then the year ends and we never got around to spending it. That's a bad practice to get into, and every year we will hold engineering and every other department accountable for what they request and what they spend.
And I just want to say this because this is frustrating to me. To me, we're put in a position to make a decision about something that we obviously need to spend those funds for, but it's not, I think council should have had a much more input on this. And one of the I can only speak for my district, and I'm sure some of these other council members may have similar issues. Lyle Boyd Road was done, and there was a problem, and there was a mistake that was made. That road is now only half paid because of something that could have been fixed with this critical needs money. Yet we are now going to spend it. As I understand it, this motion, and I guess I need to get clarification from Michael Kendry. To me, the way this was presented on the agenda is that we're approving $1 million in critical needs funding, but really we're not only approving that, we have to approve the project at the same time. The recommended project from staff.
I would say yes if that's how it's couched in the summary.
I don't think that it is. So I made the motion to approve, but I think it was only to approve the $1 million in critical needs funding. I think we ought to have more discussion and more council input before we decide the project, and I think that council should be given that opportunity.
Dr. Black. I think Ms. Cox makes a good point. I mean, anytime you spend taxpayers' money, that's the domain of this council to oversee it. So if it's going to be spent and we're going to take the responsibility, I think, like I said, she makes an excellent point. Now, the road in question, I have no issue with. It sounds like a logical choice, especially if it's for enhancing economic development for businesses in that area. But I think the process could be cleaned up a little bit for better transparency per Ms. Cox's points. Mr. Roddy.
I would like to see, I guess, an evaluation of all the roads that could qualify throughout the county for the critical needs money. That way, if there's a road in District 4 that meets those critical needs, there's a road in District 5, 4, 6, 7, that we, two, or wherever they are, versus now something pops up and say, hey, let's go after and do this. If we have an assessment of our roads that meet our critical needs spending, and they're on a list, then we would know that the next time we go into that critical needs pot, that one of these roads are going to be taken care of versus someone now all of a sudden just wants to do this for whether it's a special project or now all of a sudden it's on someone's radar. If we have an inventory of roads that qualify for the special needs in 2019, then the next time we go into that pot of money, we should be fixing roads that's on that list versus pulling new roads into the fold. I think council will have a better understanding of, okay, we identified this in 2019, so in 2020, when we go back in the pot, roads off of this list will get the attention versus now someone comes up the first month in 2020 and say, hey, I want to put this on the critical needs list. It's at the bottom. Now we have to work through all these other ones before we get to that. You know, it takes some of the political out of it if we already have an established list that we're working off of to say we're going to tackle these roads over the next 2, 3, 4 years. They've already been established, so we won't have a pop-up road that's going to take $1 million or some a substantial amount of money out of that pot. So I would like to see a list of roads that would qualify that we can go in and spend this money on, and then we don't have these surprises when it comes to council.
Mr. Winkler.
I'll just say I have a slightly different memory of the critical needs than maybe other council members. I do not remember the critical needs list ever coming before the 7 of us. I don't remember that. Now, we get our own C-Fund list every year, and I got about $1 million to spend in my district, and I represent a third of the county geographically, and I got $1 million to spend, and I only got a request for $26 million. So I get to ride the roads and figure out how to spread that 1 million over 26 million. So with that said, yes, another 100,000 would help, but many of the roads in my district, 100,000 barely gets from one house to the next. I don't have a lot of districts like probably Chairman Johnson does. There are a lot of roads in my district that are very short and can be paved with a smaller amount of money. I think that's what our C funds are given to us for. And I think that my understanding of why critical needs was started was because it was for county roads that it was part of the general fund for us to use to maintain our county roads that had gotten in the worst shape as a critical need. And so, yes, I think we probably should have a list of those, but sometimes I feel like up here as council members, we occasionally get a little too territorial and need every dime for our district, and we need to remember we are county council members, and we do represent all the citizens in the county, and sometimes we can get a little more greater good by pooling that money and working on a road that's maybe not in my district, but it may be the highest priority for the county at that time. So I support this, but I do think that it would be good for us to have a list from engineering of what those critical roads are, just so we can see that we're checking them off. And when a citizen does come to us and say, what's this money going to, what road is it, we can say, oh, well, I know which one it is. You know, we looked at it. And if we have a concern, we can raise it at that time. But I don't really, the way it was it was explained to me and the way I've understood it in this time I've been up here is this was never something that came before us as a council to vote on specific roads. This was for the worst roads that were county roads, county-wide, that engineering looks at and makes that recommendation and management does it. So I will support the $1 million funding tonight.
Mr. Hamilton.
I'm just going to share basically a lot of the same comments that Robert said. We do have the C funds to address needs within our own district, and I agree. I think if there wasn't at least a small pot of money that we could point to say, this is going to the critical needs, because I think Robert's absolutely correct. If we all were voting on every single one of those, we would all vote for a road within our own district, and that money may not ever get spent because we can never agree on how to spend it. Using it to resurface county roads that are in dire need is, I believe, the proper use of those funds. But when citizens call us or stop us in the grocery store and say, hey, what's going on with the critical needs? What roads are being surfaced? It would be wonderful to be able to look at that list and be able to explain what they are. So I would also like to see that list and see what roads are actually being considered. And maybe there could be some input from council, but I'm going to approve the way it's written tonight.
Dr. Black.
I do want to reinforce a comment that I kind of preach every other meeting about We don't need to be territorial. I want everybody to remember, though, that's not a comment of convenience. It should be a comment of consistency.
If I can make one last comment. I made the motion to approve this because we need to spend the money, and this is what I'm told we have to do. What I've asked and what I'm hoping that council will support, and it seems like we do have that, is for us to at least push this into a transportation committee meeting. Let's have a discussion, because whether we like it or not, this council makes every budget decision. $3.5 million, we should have a plan. We should know that we're adhering to the plan, and we should be able to articulate to our residents what we're doing and make sure that those projects are being funded throughout the county. That's the request that I made.
And I will echo that request. I believe that while I do not want to see this council start picking winners and losers out of this critical needs fund, we certainly should be able to explain to anyone who asked the criteria that were used in picking it, how we got to this discussion, and what roads are even under consideration. And everybody up here knows this, people in the crowd probably don't, this road is in my district. I'm somewhat defending it in a way, but also saying, my understanding from talking with staff is that this was the most critical need road that staff identified, therefore it gets this funding. I would certainly want to be able to approve that for someone else's district if it just happened to be another road. So all those in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Council to approve bid number 2633 regarding Ebenezer Park Improvements Project to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, Leitner Construction Company of York County LLC, Rock Hill, South Carolina, for a total bid amount of $4,640,000 plus contingency.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, hearing none, motion passes. Council to approve change order number 2 with Miles McClellan in the amount of $645,801 in additional cost to complete construction of the new family court.
Second.
Any discussion?
I just have a comment. It's my understanding
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Cox.
that we are still, even with this change order, going to be within our total budget for the referendum projects, and that this is recommended by our county finance treasurer, whatever you are, Kevin.
Yes, ma'am. All those statements are true.
Dr. Blackwell.
Is Jim?
Kelly is here.
Okay. You know, I read over the list. I wish I'd brought it with me. I read it Saturday morning, like 5 in the morning, and I assumed it was going to be here, and I don't have my iPad with me. But when I looked it over, there were some concerns I had that was this not considered, like, example, hand dryers in the bathroom when the bid originally went out. Retaining wall that may have been, obviously you deal with the geography and something may have come up. If I remember right, that was $50,000, and then the backing fill in, and there were 6 or 7, I can't remember them at this moment. But I'm a little concerned about things, that some things seem to pop up that, should that not have been part of the original plans, for lack of a better word?
Yes, to answer your question, some of those were. Hand dryers, for example, included hand dryers. I think this was to power them versus battery them, maybe was the change. So those things were originally thought of and included. It just required some additional modification or revision to it in that particular case.
There you go.
Any other
I have
questions or
I have
discussion?
a breakdown, if you want to know the breakdown of what the costs are associated with. I don't know how deep you want to.
If you want to dive a little bit, yeah.
Okay, just of the 645,000, 3 categories we broke it down into: owner requested stuff, allowances or overages and scope changes, and then design issues. And it was
Speak,
almost
I'm
about
sorry, I'm having trouble
about
hearing.
a third
Yeah.
is what it ended up being. So I don't know if that helps or hinders.
So it's about 210,000 in design issues, roughly 210, 215, and then third between design.
Owner requested, and then allowance overages and scope changes, yes.
Gotcha.
It's about a third.
You know, I have a lot of faith in your group and how much you save governments. So, you know, I'm gonna go ahead and support this, but you know, I'm kinda known as a line item dictator, so there were some things that were really troubling to me when I kinda went through some of those line items, but I'm not sitting there every day and dealing with, all the inputs that you have to deal with, and I'll leave it at that.
Understood.
All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, hearing none, motion passes. Committee and other reports. Mr. Winkler, Economic Development Committee.
All right, I'll apologize first of all because I got a call from a family member of a long-term friend today. She was in the hospital in Augusta, Georgia, and not doing well, and so I went to see her and did not have my iPad with me, and so I don't have my minutes in front of me, so I'm gonna wing these off the top of my head. Karen, please correct me if I say anything out of line here, but we met on August 8th at 2:30. All three members were there. We got an update on a couple of different spec buildings that were going on. We had an executive session and discussed some C-Fund, economic development C-Fund requests. Coming out of executive session on that, there were two votes. One was by a 2-to-1 vote to deny funding for one of the projects, but that would still, our understanding would still come before the full Transportation Committee to be voted on. One was to defer funding for a project until the next meeting, because we had some questions about that. We got some updates and talked about the next meeting, which we did not set a date yet, I don't believe, but that we were wanting to look at in more detail on some guidelines for fee in lieu ofs for spec buildings and things like that, so. And I'm sure I missed something, but that's just off the top of my head, so I apologize.
Thank you, sir. Finance and Operations Committee, Ms. Cox.
Mr. Chairman, Finance and Operations Committee met today at 5:15, and we had a pretty big agenda. Let me find what we did. We had a finance update that our county auditor came and gave us a presentation in which she and our treasurer indicated that there's a statutory requirement that the auditor has the duty to calculate the bond millage rates for the school districts. And apparently that's going to be a significant change for several of the school districts. I've asked that this information that was just presented to us today be sent out to all the council members immediately so everybody has access to that. There was no action item taken on the F&O committee. It was simply to provide information about the statutory duty that's required. We also did consider applications for service on various boards and commissions, and the recommendations that came out of committee are for Culture and Heritage Commission, Dale Dove, second term for District 6, Leslie Fire Tax Board, Paul Watts, first term, York County Library Board, John Nick Bramblett, District 7 for second term, Keep York County Beautiful, Karen Hedrick, District 7 for a first term, Faith Funderburk at large for a second term, Board of Disabilities and Special Needs, Max Abilities, Keith Martins, District 7 for a second term, Catawba Regional Workforce Investment Board, Michael Gettings for a first term, Rock Hill, York County Airport Commission, Manning Kimmel and Pickens Freeman, both for second terms, Stormwater Appeals Board, Matt Velkovich for a 3-year term, Beth White for a 2-year term, James Fatula for a 3-year term, David Dixon for a 3-year term. Based upon information that was provided to council, we've left one seat open to allow the 90-day time frame to sit out there in order to fill that slot. This board needed to be filled per staff immediately because there is already a pending appeal to which we have to respond to within 30 days, and this will give us time to pull together a board in order to address that question. Lake Wiley Marine Commission, Raymond Weber for a first term. Zoning Board of Appeals, Jeff Hunter, District 1 for a first term. Board of Assessment Appeals, Janice Carlisle, District 1 for a first term. We also received an update from Michael Kendry on some proposed revisions to the ethics policy that we have, and I've asked that that get circulated. There was no action taken by Finance and Operations, but I've asked that that be circulated to the rest of the council.
Thank you. Council member, new non-agenda comments, and I'm going to lead off. I happened to attend the Finance Committee meeting today and was, I had read the agenda, knew that this was going to be discussed about the millage, setting millage, and a handout was handed out. Is there a way that every council person, before they leave here tonight, can be given this handout? I mean, I'll give you mine and you make copies. I think if you're not aware of that, this literally was just handed to the committee today. If you're not aware, you need to speak with Mr. Madden before you leave tonight, because each school district you represent, their millage is changing, and you need to be able to answer those questions starting later this week. Any other committee member new non-agenda comments?
I have a little comment.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Love.
So, at the next meeting, first meeting in September, I would like to have back on the agenda a vote for the pumper tanker for the Bethel Volunteer Fire Department. And that is in light of a letter that we received from Blue Granite Water Company, which I made copies for everyone, but it cut off the page, so if it's okay, I will email. Can I email everybody that? And this one just, you can read it, but it's hard to decipher. But basically what the letter says is that we have an issue with water in Lake Wiley, and it goes well beyond the fire department and the hydrants not having pressure. So anyway, we would like to bring that back up. We have done presentations for county management, our chairman, and two other council members to show the need for the pumper tanker. And so we'd like to have that back on the agenda in September for a vote.
Any other new non-agenda comments?
I saw you conveniently looked the other way.
I didn't
You knew you weren't gonna miss me.
I didn't know your voice had anything left in it, Mr. Brody. Please, go ahead.
I'm drinking green tea, so I'm good. I have two quick comments. I sent out an email to Karen and Eric a little over a week ago. I'm part of NACO, that's a National Association of Counties, and at our conference we had back in July, part of that conference was planning for Earth Day 2020, which is April 22nd. I want to make sure that it's the 50th anniversary of Earth Day, and I think we do a good job in York County of recycling and trying to educate our citizens, and I think this will be a great time to plan ahead to make something really, really big for the 50th anniversary for Earth Day. So I'll be getting with Karen and Eric, and as well as Allison, is it Allison Love over at the Allison Woodruff? I thought we had two Allison Loves. Allison Woodruff over with the Keeping York County Beautiful to make sure we do a good job of really highlighting the 50th anniversary, and that's not until April, the month of April, and I think it'll be a good idea to have some leading events probably throughout the county, educating and making a big splash, definitely in our recycling centers. We have some of the best recycling centers in the state of South Carolina, and I would put them up against any other county across the nation. I think those guys do a great job of keeping that place looking good, operating good. I know we've had some challenges over in Fort Mill of getting some things situated, but I really want to make a big splash for the 50th anniversary for Earth Day. And also just thank Aubrey and Ryan from Farm Bureau for bringing us our nice little baskets. I'm getting into the fruits and vegetables, so they're going to come in handy. So that's it.
I got one.
Ms. Scott?
So, I can't remember, is it 2 weekends ago? I had the privilege of attending the county, Association of Counties committee meeting, and one of the things that to me was one of the most exciting things is that York County presented at the awards ceremony for the first time in how long? I mean, it's been years. Trent Ferris and Andy Merriman went on behalf of York County and made a presentation to the Association of Counties that had to do with the documentary that was done by Trent and all of the good work that they had with PR. It was a tremendous effort on their part. It's the first time that we've participated in that in a very long time. I was very proud to be associated with York County. I'm very thankful that they should have won it. And I think with more and more participation at that level, that I think we'll see York County do better. But it was a great presentation. They did a great job, and kudos to you for being there and doing that.
And
Mr. Winkler?
I'll second what Councilmember Cox just said, and also I'll throw in one other thank you in there, because I know Trish had a lot to do with that as well. She worked hard on all of that. I think y'all did a tremendous job, and I think the county should be proud of what happened. I do want to remind everyone that this Saturday is Summerfest here in York. It's what's been billed as the largest one-day festival in the state of South Carolina, and unfortunately, it may be the last Summerfest in York. So please make sure you come out and support it. The Greater York Chamber is who puts that on every year, and the Chamber has struggled financially over the last few years, and they've decided to fold themselves into the Rock Hill Regional Chamber. And so that puts Summerfest kind of on a precarious place right now. They've talked about maybe doing something with a Fall Fest or something next year, but nobody's real sure who's going to run it or what will happen. So everyone come out for I think it's the 36th year of Summerfest. It should be a good event. A lot of food and a lot of activities for the children, a car show. It'll be right in downtown York. The main block downtown will be closed off. And if you like to hear local city and state elected officials speak, you can come at 10 o'clock to the opening ceremonies on our beautiful courthouse over here and listen to them speak. I will not be one of them, but I'll be there. Thank you.
Do we have any citizen concerns? Outstanding. We have a motion for executive session.
Yes, sir. Move go into executive session for a personnel matter, county manager evaluation update, presentation by Finding Great People, a contractual matter for Project Avalanche update, contractual matter on Project Origami, receipt of legal advice of Blue Granite, receipt of legal advice of the Daimler property, receipt of legal advice of the Planning Commission, legal question for council, and contractual matter, consideration of an RFP for responses for county manager, consulting firm search and selection of firm.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion is approved. Before we go into executive session, I would like to point out that the new interim director for the museum is here. I would encourage everyone on council to introduce yourselves, and please, sir, you come up, but we will go into executive session at 8:20. Thank you. No one even bothered to wait for us.
At least Andy guarded our.
Was it expected?
Not really. He was 77, but he had heart bypass surgery and stuff like 17 years ago. He's been having shortness of breath and stuff, but he went in for a cath, and they said his surgery was good, bypasses were great, the valve they replaced was still good, but he had some fluid buildup. They were going to figure out what to do about it. Told him to come back the following week. That was on Monday. Come back the next Monday. And Sunday night, they took him by ambulance to the hospital, the ICU, and he never left.
So he dies before they can figure out. Good.
His kidney shut down, everything.
We are back in session we are back from executive session. Is there any motions?
Yes, sir. Motion to authorize contract negotiations with Renee Narlock, for, associated for the county manager's position, so.
Second.
Consulting for, yes.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, hearing none. Motion passes. Or motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
We are adjourned.